Dodgers and the Astros. Time now for the starting lineups to be introduced, and for that we go to the public address announcer here in Houston, Bob Ford.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, tonight's starting lineups for Game 3 of the World Series. First, for the Los Angeles Dodgers, please welcome their manager, number 30, Dave Roberts. Leading off in center field, number 3, Chris Taylor. Batting second at shortstop, number 5, Corey Seager. Batting third at third base, number 10, Justin Turner. Batting fourth at first base, number 35, Cody Bellinger. Batting fifth in right field, number 66, Yasiel Puig. Batting sixth at second base, number 11, Logan Forsythe. Batting seventh and catching in the bullpen, number 15, Austin Barnes. The designated hitter bats eighth, number 31, Jock Peterson. Batting ninth in left field, number 14, Kike Hernandez. And on the mound tonight for the Dodgers in the bullpen warming up, number 21, Yu Darvish. Now, ladies and gentlemen, tonight's starting lineup for your Houston Astros. Please welcome the skipper of the Astros, number 14, A.J. Hedge. Leading off in center field, number 4, George Springer. Batting second at third base, number 2, Alex Bregman. Batting third at second base, number 27, Jose Altuve. The cleanup hitter at shortstop, number 1, Carlos Correa. Batting fifth at first base, number 10, Yuli Gurriel. Batting sixth in right field, number 22, Josh Reddick. Designated hitter bats seventh, number 11, Evan Caddis. Batting eighth in left field, number 9, Marwin Gonzalez. Batting ninth and pitching in the bullpen, number 16, Brian McCann. tonight for the Astros is number 43, Lance McCullers Jr. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2017 American League champion, Houston Astros. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we kindly ask that you please rise and remove your caps for the presentation of our nation's colors. Our honor guard this evening, a joint force color guard composed of soldiers from all 5 military branches. And now to perform our anthem this evening, the Astros are happy to welcome back Master Sergeant Promise Harris with the Texas Air National Guard. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen.
Wow, now that was awesome. We've got a game number 3 from Houston coming your way. Joe Buck and John Smoltz with the call when we come back on Fox. Series tied in a game apiece, and man, we had some fun through games 1 and 2 out in LA. Now we're in Houston, Texas, and getting set to go. And now welcome inside the broadcast booth, everybody. I'm Joe Buck, along with the Hall of Famer John Smoltz. Let's talk pitching. Let's talk the Los Angeles Dodgers. When Dave Roberts set out the rotation for this World Series, he followed suit with what he had done in the Division Series, in the NLCS, and a couple of things come with that. He gets Yu Darvish on the road. Yu Darvish loves to pitch on the road, and he gets Yu Darvish on the road in Houston, where he has been absolutely terrific.
Yeah, he's very familiar with it. Of course, with the Rangers, the Dodgers went out and got Yu Darvish in a trade, broke up the left-handed starters, and he's very comfortable here, as you mentioned, Joe. I think for Yu Darvish, you're going to see a variety of breaking balls, but you see the numbers here at home, and the difference is going to be in this game, he needs a little bit more depth out of Darvish because the formula is going to remain the same for the Dodgers. If they have the lead by the 6th inning, they know their bullpen, even though a blip in Game 2, is super ready for this game.
But a bit of a difference in that we're playing 3 days in a row, so you've got to be a little more judicious with how you use the bullpen if you're Dave Roberts. Now we'll flip it, and we'll talk about the Houston Astros, who have been not just hard to beat at home during the postseason, impossible to beat at home during the postseason. They love playing here.
They sure do. In last series, they needed every bit of that home winning streak to get to this point. You see the numbers, 6 wins, and they are comfortable at home. This is the most complete offense in baseball that on the road has been different, but in the 8th inning in Game 2 woke up, looked for them to carry that momentum over, and Springer to do the things that he did from the Game 2. He was struggling, and he's had good numbers since. He has good numbers against Darvish. He basically gets this offense going, and he could do it with power.
Yep. So it is a different looking Houston lineup when George Springer is doing that kind of stuff in the top spot. We can't wait for this game to start. And right now we'll rejoin public address announcer Bob Ford.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, headed out to the mound to toss tonight's ceremonial first pitch, a true leader and inspiration throughout Hurricane Harvey relief and recovery efforts. Glad to see him back up and around. Please welcome number 99, the defensive end for your Houston Texans, J.J. Watt. Dallas Keuchel sets up behind the plate to catch it. On the corner. Good to see you back, J.J. Watt, ladies and gentlemen.
J.J. dealing with a broken leg. The 3-time Defensive Player of the Year and a great humanitarian and a leader here in the city of Houston. He's raised over $37 million to support the relief efforts after Hurricane Harvey. They are Houston strong. He is a big part of it. Back after this. Tonight's telecast is sponsored by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. We're back in the great strong city of Houston, Texas, where their Astros have been so good. There's been so much celebrating with this team and their home whites during the postseason. 6-0, averaging over 5 runs a game. They don't give up hardly anything from the mound. And they are packed in to Minute Maid Park, where they are set to go here for Game 3 of the World Series. With that, we'll take you down to the field and say hello for the first time tonight to Ken Rosenthal.
Thanks, Joe. Astros right-hander Lance McCullers has reverse splits. He actually is better against left-handed hitters. Dave Roberts, though, has other reasons for going with 2 of his right-handed bats, Kike Hernandez and Logan Forsythe. Roberts said Hernandez is swinging well and is better against the curveball, McCullers' specialty, than he is against the slider. Forsythe, meanwhile, is playing mostly because of his defense at second base. Chase Utley had a misplay in Game 2 that led to the Astros' first run. Now, with more on the Dodgers starting pitcher, here's Tom Verducci.
Thanks, Ken. Well, Yu Darvish lobbied his manager, Dave Roberts, to start here because he loves pitching in Minute Maid Park from his time with the Rangers. The Astros will see a different Darvish. Dodgers pitching coach Rick Honeycutt tweaked his mechanics to emphasize driving and extending to the plate. That lowered his release point by 6 inches and gave him greater tilt on the slider. It was a good pitch with the Rangers. Batters hit just 181 against it, but with the Dodgers, it's been a wipeout pitch down to 109. Joe, Yu Darvish in this ballpark with these mechanics is right where he wants to be.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. We'll talk more about it in the bottom of this first inning. Rick Honeycutt, he knows what he's doing. He's in his 12th season as the pitching coach for the Dodgers. He's on his 4th manager. If you want to manage the Dodgers, you get Rick Honeycutt, and that's a good thing. Here's a lineup for Dave Roberts. Little different look. Now we're dealing with the DH. Top 3, Chris Taylor, Corey Seager, and Justin Turner. In the middle, Bellinger will start it, then Yasiel Puig, then Logan Forsythe. As you heard Kenny talk about, Austin Barnes, Jock Peterson, and Kike Hernandez. A late switch in that lineup in that initially Peterson was going to play left field, and we're going to DH Kike Hernandez. They flipped it. Jock Peterson is the DH, Kike in left. And here's Lance McCullers Jr., who we know one thing, John Smoltz, is not scared of the big moment.
No, he's not, and he's coming off the rare 4-inning save in Game 7 to start Game 3, and it's pretty simple. Fastball command is always obvious for pitchers, but it's the curveball he likes to go to. He's got a changeup, but when he gets in rhythm, his go-to pitch tonight is going to be the curveball.
Yeah, interesting change, and I think it makes a lot of sense in that if late in the game Dave Roberts has to make some switches and in essence lose his DH depending on the game situation, he wants Kike Hernandez with his versatility available to him, so he starts the game in left instead of being the DH that he and the Dodgers would lose. The 4 keys to the game before this Game 3. Take us through them.
Well, 3-4 connection for the Dodgers has gone a little bit quiet. Good pitching by the Astros, 1 for 16. And then for the Astros, home cooking, we already documented that. They love it here. The crowd is fired up. The city's been waiting for this for a long time. Keep it rolling off the emotional win that you had in Game 2.
Well, Chris Taylor has tried to start each game with a jolt. He did so in Game 1 when he shot one out to left. Glad you're with us tonight on Fox. Well, there's a fastball, and we haven't seen one of those for a long time from Lance McCullers Jr.
Yeah, it's still staggering to believe that he finished a game with 24 straight curveballs, but that's what it took against the Yankees, and that's what it took for Game 7.
Went 4 innings and got the save. Back-to-back, that one at 93, and he's behind on the count 2-0.
Well, Taylor, the last 5 games, of course, you mentioned the homer on the first pitch. The last 5 games, all he's done is pull the ball, so he's in the pull mode.
.21 home runs for the regular season for Chris Taylor. 3 this postseason. revelation 2017 for the Dodgers, up on the count here 3-1.
And you can see early on they want to pitch him away. That's a scouting report. You can't miss middle in. If you miss middle in, there's going to be train issues.
Train is parked right over the Crawford boxes and left. With oranges in the caboose. Here's a pop-up right side. Altuve out. And a basket catch to start the night. One away. So McCullers comes back from a 3-1 count to get Taylor. Marwin Gonzalez in left. George Springer in center. Josh Reddick in right. Typical look for A.J. Hinch. Bregman, Correa, Altuve, Gurriel. And he wants the steady hand of Brian McCann behind the plate with a 24-year-old Lance McCullers Jr. on the mound. That train parked over the Crawford boxes, as they call them, over that 19-foot wall and left.
First curveball, that was respect for the first swinging Seager.
That is a rocket. Altuve knocks it down. Got him for the out. From shallow right, 2 out.
That was a rocket. Back-to-back curveballs and 8 plate appearances. Only 20 pitches seen by Seager, and he jumps on it early and almost beats it.
Altuve didn't panic and then got rid of it in a blink.
You know, the hardest part about that play is how deep he was when he regathered and got the throw. It's not a typical throw. You could have easily seen him thrown that wide, but he got it right on target.
Now Justin Turner with 2 out, nobody on. Ball 1. The crew chief is working the plate tonight. You can hear him bleeding through on the audio. That is the veteran Jerry Davis working his 6th World Series. With Diaz, Miller, Iasonia around the infield, Wagner and Nauert in the outfield. That's just outside, maybe a little low, 2-0.
Yeah, great pitch. What the Astros have done, despite the 2-run homer by Turner, that's his only hit. So he's a tough out. He creates stress for the pitchers, but the pitchers have done a nice job in these 2 games.
That drops in for strike 1.
It's one of the hardest curveballs in the game thrown by McCullers.
Three and 1 now on Turner. .25 home runs all in, including the postseason for the red-bearded Justin Turner. Here's a 3-1. Flied into right center field. Back at the track. It is caught by Springer to end the inning. And he ran a mile to chase that ball down. After a half inning in Game 3, no score. Tonight's telecast is sponsored by Ford, going further so you can. And by Indeed.com. Indeed, the world's #1 job site. This place is buzzing, as we have come to expect in October. Here's the lineup. You probably know the lineup if you've been watching the Astros, except now against the right-hander. Bregman's in the #2 spot. Behind Springer, in front of Altuve. In the middle, it's Correa, Gurriel, and Josh Reddick as he slides up in the order. The DH is Evan Gattis. It's either him or Beltran. Gattis gets the nod. Marwin Gonzalez and Brian McCann. Against the right-hander, former Texas Ranger starter Yu Darvish.
Yeah, this guy has so many pitches. The Dodgers have wanted to condense it a little bit. He has 4 different breaking balls, 2 different fastballs, but this guy can spin it with the best of them. 4-seam, 2-seam fastball.
That jumps in there at 93.
An occasional splitter, so basically the catcher needs 2 hands to give him signs. For him to be successful, watch the breaks on his breaking ball and the slow curveball in the zone.
2-0 this postseason is Darvish. He got the Game 3 start in the division series and beat Arizona. Shut down the Cubs at Wrigley. And as we said, he's 4-1 in his career with an ERA of just over 2 here in this ballpark. 1-1 to George Springer is just inside for ball 2.
Well, we told you he likes pitching here, so that means he's pitched a lot against the Astros. And what he tries to do early is establish the fastball inside. What that'll do is keep them honest, the hitters honest, and then he loves to pitch away off the plate with his breaking balls.
Three and 1 now on the Houston leadoff hitter, as it was on the Dodger leadoff hitter.
One of the new trends in baseball for starting pitchers, it seems like abbreviated stretch position. Condenses his mechanics, simplifies. There's no windup, so he starts out of the stretch, and that's where he'll be the entire game.
Springer will look for something to smoke here on 3 and 1. And he does, into right center field. That ball will get to the wall, and Springer starts the night with a double.
People ask me if there's carryover effects from one game to the next. Well, Springer has the carryover effect. The last time he swung on a pitch away, he got a 2-run homer. Look how much more balanced he is. 3-1 count, goes with the pitch and gets rewarded. Makes a great defensive play and comes up and leads off with a double.
Now 7 for 16 with his 2 home runs against Darvish. He loves hitting against Yu Darvish. Now Alex Bregman. A.J. Hinch has liked his at-bats, right-hander or left-hander of late. Hitting just under 300 over his last 4 postseason games.
The other side, Bregman does like the ball in, so Darvish is going to want to keep it away. And Darvish will get in a mode against Bregman and throw a lot of breaking pitches. At least in the past, that's what it's been. But fastball command will set everything up. He fell behind on Springer.
Ball and a strike on Alex Bregman with Altuve and then Correa to follow.
Rangers, he was a different pitcher, and what I mean by that, he was tipping some pitches. They fixed that. They fixed a couple mechanical flaws. Much better with the Dodgers.
Two and 1. Bregman. That's down the line. Foul. 2-2. In the outfield for the Dodgers, it's Kike Hernandez in left, Chris Taylor in center, and Yasiel Puig in right. Around the infield, it's Turner, Seager, Forsythe, and Bellinger, with Austin Barnes combining with Darvish, trying to figure out this Houston lineup.
Ideal pitch, slider away. He could ground it to the left side. Keep Springer at second.
That's out of play. Darvish was in the division with the Astros when he pitched for the Texas Rangers. Came to Texas in 2012. Traded this past July for a prospect, Willie Calhoun, right at the deadline. Guy who's been through Tommy John surgery. Two-two. There's that pitch, and Bregman just spoiled it.
Did a great job there following that one off. That was a little better break and a little less velocity. That one you could see right off the end. He throws a firm slash cutter. He's got a slower curveball at 68 at times, but anywhere between 81 and 87. The variety of breaks that he has and the ability that he has to spin a baseball makes it tough on right-handed hitters.
Another 2-2 pitch. Another foul ball. This player resume is sponsored by Indeed.com. Indeed, the world's #1 job site. And Yu Darvish, his time with the Texas Rangers, and then traded at the deadline to the Dodgers. His career numbers here at Minute Maid Park. Great ERA. The Astros have hit 139 against him here in his last 5 starts overall. He's 4-0 with an ERA under 1. Here's a ground ball to third. Good play. Turner, 1 out.
And that's the pitch he had to make. If you make a good slider down, the only option really for a right-handed hitter to stay on it. And he did exactly what he wanted him to do, did Darvish. Here's the pitch out of his hand. Looks like it's going to be a strike and gets out of the zone. And you see Bregman reach for it.
The 23-year-old not happy, but he picks up his own stuff after he slams down his helmet and puts it away gently. That's a big out for Darvish, but he's got a tough opponent standing in. 5'6". That's his height. Huge heart, great hitter. Led the big leagues with a .346 average this season. 3rd batting title. Runner at second, 1 out. And a high fly ball into center. Will send Taylor back. Tagging is Springer. Catch made. Springer to third, 2 out. And Altuve now 7 for 33 against Yu Darvish.
Well, the ball elevated, and Altuve knew he didn't get it after making contact. This is the pitch up that's given him a little bit of problems. And you can see he recognized wrong side of the park. And he'll leave it up to his teammate Correa.
Altuve and Correa went back-to-back with the long ball in game number 2 in LA. That was in the 10th. And that was the 4th home run this postseason for Carlos, the 23-year-old big-bodied shortstop. He was looking for a 2-out hit. Off the hands and strike 1.
Now, the 2 areas you got to go if you're Darvish is fastballs up and in, small window for success. Curveball sliders down over the middle of the plate, but almost to the dirt as they end up, and you can get Correa to expand the zone, but otherwise very difficult to get him out anywhere close. In the middle of his knees to his belt.
Runner at third, 2 down, 0-1 pitch. 97 from Darvish, up
He's definitely amped up. Those first couple sliders he threw told me he was amped up at the velocity with less break, and you see the fastball trying to get it away, kept it away in the upper quadrant of the strike zone.
And that's as hard as he's going to throw.
Yeah.
Little World Series juice on that one.
Told his catcher right there, just set up in the middle. That tells me sliders coming, a curveball.
Astros trying to take advantage of the leadoff double. Darvish brings it. Just missed down and away at 98, so that wasn't as hard as he's going to throw.
Oh, he almost dotted the corner too. He did want his catcher setting up in the middle, but it was for a fastball, not a breaking ball.
One, two. Up the middle to his left. Seager. Good job by Darvish to get around the double. And we are off and running in Houston, Texas. Game 3. SCL Puig due up second for the Dodgers. No score. World Series on Fox is brought to you by YouTube TV. Cable-free live TV is here. Cody Bellinger takes a strike, and we're underway in the second. Bellinger, Puig, Forsythe. If anybody gets on, Austin Barnes against Lance McCullers Jr. His dad pitched in the big leagues. There's another strike, and it's 0-2.
Well, that arm swing and rhythm gives him the opportunity to throw that pitch comfortably. Two strikes on the rookie Bellinger, and now 3. almost like a wind-up toy. The more he uses it, the better it gets. And he definitely just goes to it when he feels comfortable. Honestly, watching him warm up, he doesn't throw it that often, if at all. Second pitch, he gets a little bit closer to the plate, and the third one, he just kind of walks him inside and swings over the top.
Now Yasiel Puig. To the right side, Altuve to his left. 2 quick outs. You know, we showed in Los Angeles the Dodger outfielders congregating and looking at a defensive positioning card. And I don't know if you caught Altuve after that play he made back in the first inning on Seager. He makes this play, just got Corey Seager, then looks into his cap. With Justin Turner coming up in between innings, checking out that card for positioning.
I couldn't have done that, I can tell you that.
Here's a strike on the outside corner to Logan Forsythe.
Maybe with hair you don't feel it in there. I would have felt it.
You just would have put it in your pocket.
Yeah.
Like where you keep the emergency $10. In your sock, your hat. Here's one into right. That will drop in for a base hit. The Dodgers have their first runner of the night. It's Forsythe, who trades a hit for a bat as he broke it on that flare to right.
And the difference again, if you're just tuning in, not familiar with the difference between regular season baseball and postseason, 2 outs and a hit is a rally in the postseason. It is not in the regular season. So you always got to concentrate and get those 3 outs. Sometimes they're hard to do. We saw the Yankees score a ton of 2-out runs. We've seen more 2-out runs in the postseason than I can remember. So executing much more difficult in the postseason, even though only 1 guy on 2 out.
Austin Barnes now takes a ball. We've talked about how home teams in the postseason have dominated, 24-9 overall. The Dodgers have not fallen into that category. They're 3-1 on the road, averaging 5.5 runs per game with a good pitching ERA of about 1.5. Astros are 6-0 as part of that 24-9 record. That's outside the count, 2-0. So the Dodgers bucking the trend a little bit. They won in the sweep at Arizona and won 2 of the 3 games they played at Wrigley to win the NLCS in 5 games.
Yes.
There's the confidence in that pitch. Of course, Barnes did not think that was going to be a fastball, as he kind of half-heartedly said, uh-oh. It's kind of a spike curveball that creates that tight spin.
2-out hit, now a 2-1 pitch, 2-2, and that caught a piece of the can. StatCast is powered by Amazon Web Services.
And there you have it. You see only Rich Hill and the colors on that list are starters.
What will it be on 2-2? Runner goes on ball 3. And a stolen base is the first of the series for the Dodgers. They've been running a little bit, John, this postseason. That's their 6th.
Taking advantage. Of the count and the pitch. That's a great take, by the way, on somebody that swung at one earlier. Feebly, he took it like he knew it was going to be outside.
Hit could mean a run. McCullers trying to get around the hit and the steal. Left side, Bregman. Well, he is good over there at third base. And now the Dodgers lead a man. And after an inning and a half, in the 113th World Series Game 3, no score. Tonight's telecast is sponsored by T-Mobile. This postseason, there's a new leader in network. T-Mobile, America's best unlimited network. T-Mobile has partnered with Team Rubicon on their efforts for hurricane recovery. And tonight, Team Rubicon volunteers brought out the flag during the national anthem. T-Mobile is doubling down their home runs for hurricane recovery donations by committing at least $2 million. Gurriel, strike one. You can do your part to help break $2 million and tweet or retweet hashtag HR4HR. And T-Mobile will donate another $2 every single time. Gurriel 1 for 7 in this series. 1 ball, 1 strike.
And glad to see a right-hander with all the left-handed starters that the Dodgers can throw out there. He's much better against right-handers than he is against lefties. As you see, the numbers this postseason definitely spells that out.
33-year-old rookie, former star in Cuba, gets out of the way of that bounces out of Barnes' glove, and the count 2-1.
Well, the hole is down and away, but you cannot throw a high fastball anywhere close in the zone. He's a good high ball hitter, and he just crushes the strike zone unless you can get it off the plate. Make it look like a strike away with break.
That is smoked. It is gone. 1-0 Houston. Got a fresh cut earlier in the day and goes deep in his first at bat of game 3. Reddick takes a strike.
Impressive. I'm talking about the hair. Impressive exit velocity too. We'll get a chance to look at it off the bat.
That is into left. Down the line. Reddick with his first extra base hit. A double. In Josh Reddick's 54th plate appearance this postseason, he has his first extra base hit.
Yeah, may not intended to go there, but he did. You see the shift, and then the pure hustle to get down to the bag. And then Gurriel said you cannot throw it in the strike zone. Watch that high ball, and he deposited at 104 miles an hour and gone anywhere. And this will be an interesting appearance here for Gaddis. Not really known for going the other way, but he is known for reaching the left field seats on the same kind of mistake. Down, middle down, not up.
One ball, no strikes on Evan Gaddis, the DH for Houston. 1 for 1 over the 2 games in LA.
Well, early on, right now, he has not had the slider command or the touch, and Darvish is overpowering some of his pitches, which means when you overpower it, you're not letting the late life and the natural movement take over. Maybe a little bit of nerves and amped up here, but the Astros have not expanded anything and have made him come in the zone early on, and that'll be success for Astros. That's why their offense was so good on the year.
Number 1 offense in baseball in average and in producing runs. 2-0. That's a good one for a strike. 2-1. It was up. Marwin Gonzalez, one of the Game 2 heroes for Houston, on deck. Two one. 3 balls and a strike.
Well, if you're Gaddis, you're sitting middle in. You set your sights. Don't get over aggressive. You're looking for one pitch because you have the advantage. When you're ahead in the count, you can do that.
Three-one pitch. Fouled back here.
That one was the high slider. 3-2. It's kind of hard to go 3-2 fastball up. You'll get a swing, but it's a little more difficult when the count's 3-2. 1-2, yes.
A homer, then a double. Now a 3-2 pitch.
Different with the DH, and of course not the pitcher hitting. Strategy different. The Astros have to take advantage of that. Only 3 games will they have the DH.
Another 3-2. He walked him. And now Marwin Gonzalez, the switch-hitting utility player who's been manning left field for this postseason. Dave Roberts, now the manager for the Dodgers, jogs out to talk as everybody has come together on the mound.
Yeah, this will come as to settle down his starter, maybe talk about strategy if they choose. Not a lot of bunts in the American League and not a lot of bunts out of the Astros. But it's the playoffs and McCann's on deck. So there's a lot to be discussed here at the mound.
Yu Darvish speaks to the media with an interpreter, but he knows plenty of English. He can understand it. He can speak it. Dave Roberts doesn't need a translator to go out there, and Darvish doesn't need one to talk back to his manager, who settles back into the dugout with the runners on at first and second, nobody out, and a run home.
You see Gonzalez, the hot zone is the red and blue is more cold. Down and in, over the swings, over the sliders and the curveballs. He's had not a lot of success against Darvish because Darvish has been able to get the ball there.
Gonzalez hit the game-tying home run off Kenley Jansen in the 9th inning in Game 2. Came leading off a game the Astros won 7-6 in 11. Pop back here, out of play.
He won't get away with another one of those. The height of that one, that would have been ideal if he could have got a pop-up. But that height is way too high for the slider against Gonzalez. It has to be going down. See how that's middle, and just fools him enough based on the velocity. You can see fouls it back instead of in the middle of the field. But he has to work down off of that.
The 1-1.
Yes!
Trying to drag a bunt. He didn't pull back, offered at it, strike 2.
Yeah, not a bad idea. He was anticipating maybe a different pitch to be able to do it. Once he jabbed at it, it's going to be a strike. So now with 2 strikes, he's got his work cut out for him, does Gonzalez. If the trends continue and Darvish goes deeper, back foot breaking ball.
Darvish looking for his first strikeout. Gonzalez looking for his second or third or fourth RBI. He finally broke through. Now another meeting on the mound as Barnes will go out. They can't get together with a runner at second on what to throw.
Yeah, and they just want to make sure that they're secure on not only the pitch they're going to throw and the signs they're given. And with Seager, he's going to want to know if they've made any changes, and he'll relay the information to his middle infielders in case there's a change. Always trying to make the opponents unaware of where the pitch is going and what pitch it is.
Now Gonzalez requests time. The 1-2. High fly ball to left center. Back is Taylor on the move. Can't get it. Off the wall. Reddick coming to the plate. No throw. 2-0 Houston.
This was set up by a bad slider up in the zone, and a tough read for Gaddis because this ball was almost caught. Easier for Reddick to score on that play, but Gaddis had to read the runner and the outfielder, and that's why he's still at second and not at third base, and Gonzalez is still at first. You see the read right here. Now Reddick is seeing whether or not he's going to catch it. Once he realizes he doesn't, he can score, but you see where Gaddis was. He probably should have been closer to second base.
McCann hits it foul.
But it was the bad pitch by Darvish with 2 strikes. And the inability to get the ball down to swing over the top. And the Astros are rolling, hoping to put another few runs on early in this game.
Marwin Gonzalez had gone 45 straight plate appearances without an RBI. He had a 2-run double in game 1 of the division series and then couldn't bust through until his 9th inning game-tying home run off Jansen in game 2. And now in his first at bat here tonight, an RBI double. Strike 2.
Well, the other thing this does, because when McCann bats, they put a huge shift on, but they can't really do that with runners on. So he has more options to get it by the second baseman and the first baseman holes. When the shift's on, hits a ground ball, it's an out.
Said RBI double. That was a long RBI single, high off the wall in left center. Gonzalez at first, Gaddis at second, and McCann stays up there with a 1-2 count.
Dave Roberts really need Darvish to settle down and get some innings. You mentioned the 3 games in a row. The strategy will be different as how he uses the bullpen now, because much like the regular season, you can't go to the well that often if you're thinking about 3 games in a row.
Another 1-2, another foul ball. McCann looking for his first World Series hit. Again, the 1-2 pitch. Blocked by Barnes, 2-2.
One of the first splitters that Darvish has thrown right there. 89, spiked in the ground. And Barnes looked a little out of sync, as does Darvish, from how good he's been going coming into that game, this game. Early grind.
Now the 2-2. That is into right center field for a hit. Gaddis coming to the plate. Gonzalez going to third. Throw by Puig is late. 3-0 Astros.
lineup's pretty good. Well, McCann's batting ninth. And another pitch that is on the outer part of the plate, but McCann and his ability to pull gets it in the right spot, first and third.
Still nobody out. And back to the top of the lineup, and the red-hot George Springer, who doubled and was stranded his first time. First and third, Darvish. This stuff's just not working right now. Up and in, ball one. You see by series where George Springer has been good against the Red Sox, struggled against the Yankees, and now getting hot against the Dodgers with a 3-hit game too. He's 1 for 1 tonight, and Maeda gets loose. Here's a 1-0.
Yeah, and Darvish just doesn't have the touch pitches. He doesn't have the command, and it's not coming out of his hand like you would want, and he's been doing it up until this point. For whatever reason, doesn't have that pitch in his back pocket.
Darvish pitching to stay in the game. Here's a 2-0. Inside corner for strike one.
Well, we talked with Springer today, and he mentioned the confidence his manager had in him goes a long ways. In a short series, when you're not doing well, you're not guaranteed anything, in his words. But the fact that he stayed in the leadoff spot despite his struggles paid off in game 2 and already here in game 3.
That's caught for the only out the Dodgers can get. A loud first out. And Springer again going the other way, hit a line drive to Forsythe.
And as crazy as this sounds, a starting pitcher sometimes just needs a ball like that to record an out, and you feel like I can turn it around with a double play here with Bregman. You need a rocket sometimes that results in an out, not a hit, to reverse your fortunes. Bregman, of course, is looking to lift the ball in the air and keep it off the ground.
Alex Bregman grounded out his first time. He has 7 RBIs this postseason. First and third, 1 out. That's into center. It is caught. Tagging coming to the plate. Gonzalez throw too late. 4-0 Astros.
It's just mechanically sound by Bregman. Goes up the middle, great play. And he gets back to the bag, and the throw to the plate, not in time. A little bit of a flat slider again, and the Astros have put a real crooked number on the scoreboard.
They put up 4, have a chance for more with Altuve digging in. Bregman now 3 RBIs in this World Series. This is the largest deficit of the postseason for the Dodgers. Only in the second. That is driven into left center. Off the wall. McCann chugging to third. That's as far as he can get on a double by Altuve.
Dave Roberts is trying to figure out How much longer can he stay with Darvish? Darvish breaking ball has let him down this inning. He's coming out at the side. See how there's not enough turn to that pitch, and that's going to be it for Darvish because he cannot command that pitch this inning, and the Astros have made it pay.
They've been wearing out that sign in left center. And Darvish is KO'd here in the second. In a place where he has had success as a Ranger, not tonight as a Dodger. Yuli Gurriel starting a big inning for the Houston Astros here in the second with a line shot into left. The celebration was on in the dugout. I'll tell you what, this offense woke up at the end of game 2 through the extra innings, and they have, well, they're still up.
Yeah, and this is a huge spot, to state the obvious, only because Correa hits here and breaks the game into a much different strategy moving forward for Dave Roberts. Maeda had to get ready quickly.
That went in off the hands of Correa, just missed it, ball 1.
I think of Maeda as a starter most of the year, very structured in everything that you do as a starter. He's come into some clean innings for the most part in the postseason. This was much earlier than I think anybody anticipated.
He's been so good this postseason for the Dodgers out of their pen, but they're going to need length out of somebody, and Maeda may be the one who's asked to give it. Here's a 1-0. Fly ball into right center, and we'll see who ends up with it. It's Puig, and that's the end of the inning. The shortest start in the career of Yu Darvish. It comes in game 3 of the World Series as the Astros put up 4 and lead 4-0 after 2. Tonight's telecast is sponsored by YouTube TV. Cable-free live TV is here. Glad you're with us from Houston. Game 3, third inning. Chevrolet is the official vehicle of Major League Baseball and the only brand to earn J.D. Power Dependability Awards for cars, trucks, and SUVs 2 years in a row. Third inning now, 4-0 Astros. Bottom two in the lineup: Jock Peterson, Kike Hernandez, and Chris Taylor. See how McCullers does with a little cushion. Ball one upstairs.
So for the Dodgers, they feel like 4's not enough. That's your target. You think you can score 4 or more. It's early. You want to get in the pen, make McCullers work as hard as possible. And for McCullers, after waiting 24 minutes, you get rewarded with 4. The hard part is knowing it's 4-0 and trying to tell yourself it's 0-0.
An American League All-Star this year was McCullers as Peterson takes a strike. He started the season obviously great. He was 7-1 to start his year. ERA of 2.69 through June. By the time the All-Star game rolled around, 7-2. But in the second half, he went on the disabled list twice, listed as having a bad back. He has no wins on his record since June, but he has pitched very well in the postseason. This is his 4th appearance, no record, 1 save, and an ERA of 2.08. Here's a 2-2. Jock Peterson's dad, Stu. 8 games as a Dodger outfielder back in 1985. A good year for the Dodgers. Out to the NLCS that year. Here comes a 2-2 pitch from McCullers. Left side, wide open on the infield, but it bounces foul.
Yeah, those are the kind of swings, even by mistake, that will reward you, because Bregman is truly playing shortstop. Nobody on that side, knowing the way Jock Peterson likes to swing, where he's concentrated on doing one thing, and that's get it in the air. It would take a mistake or swing off the end of the bat to reward him with a hit that way.
Peterson homered off Verlander in game 2 and fouls another one away.
For Dave Roberts, that's what you're hoping. You're hoping he can run into one, because he does have a lot of strikeouts in his game. The average is down, and he has 2 big holes that the pitchers can go to, and yet McCullers hasn't gotten the ball down in the dirt in that back foot or higher than high fastball.
Good at bat here by Peterson. The count's full.
That was a good take. That'll change your game plan a little bit. That was a much better approach. I still think guys like Peterson 3-2 is an aggressive pitching count for the pitcher, because he's still an aggressive hitter.
9th pitch of the at-bat is down. That was a very good at-bat by Jock Peterson, the former All-Star. Ended the season 6 for 63. Gets the start tonight as the DH. And here are the last 2 pitches, John.
He did a great job, and that's all you can say, because you executed the pitch before, and the pitch there that usually results in swings. So the pitch and the commitment was right. It just didn't execute it on the other end by the swing.
Now Kike Hernandez, the left fielder, batting 9th. He had a big hit in game 2. That's down and in, ball 1. Hernandez tied the game in the 10th with a 2-out RBI hit to right.
Typically in this game, whenever there's a kangaroo court in a regular season and you're given a lead and you walk the leadoff hitter, you're going to get fined. I can't really get on him those, because those pitches were pretty good to a free swinger.
Well, now he's 2-0 on Hernandez with the leadoff hitter Chris Taylor on deck.
takes somebody having gone through this situation multiple times in the postseason, knowing how to handle the leads and the atmosphere. I'm not saying McCullers can't. I'm just saying the 4 runs does change you a little bit.
3-0. You fall into that category. You want to run down there and...
Well, you know, you basically have to, you trick your brain. You just say, I'm getting the first guy out of every inning. The formula stays the same. I'm going to play this as close to the best as I can, and I'm not going to allow the 4 runs to give me freedom for mistakes or runs. That's the common mistake a lot of times you run into. Like, if I need to, if I have to, I can give up a run. No, you don't. You block that completely out.
Got to throw a strike, and he cannot. Back-to-back walks to start this third. And that'll bring Brent Strom, the pitching coach, out to the mound. While they visit on the mound, we'll give you a quick word from T-Mobile.
For every home run during the World Series, T-Mobile will donate $20,000 to hurricane recovery.
Lance McCullers Jr. is a fiery young right-hander. He is full of confidence. He believes he can get anybody out at any time. He wanted the ball for Game 7 of the ALCS. Didn't get it until he took over and pitched the final 4 innings. And A.J. Hinch said, I have to keep an eye on him. McCullers will look over quite a bit into the dugout to see how A.J. is responding to the way he's pitching. And can't be happy with back-to-back walks.
And that's unusual, by the way. You rarely ever want to look at your manager when you're pitching, and you rarely ever want to give him a reason to think otherwise.
Here's Taylor, 2 on, nobody out, and that's not close. It's something you noticed in the 8th inning when he was working against the Yankees with that 4-0 lead, and you talked to A.J. Hinch about it. He said he does it all the time, looks into the dugout and wants to make sure I'm stationary, not pacing and not reacting to how he's pitching. He just looks like his heart's going 130 beats a second here.
A little bit, and a 4-run lead comes with different expectations. You ask most pitchers, you give me 4 runs, I'm going to win. And that's the problem. You can't think that far ahead. I'm not saying he's doing any of this, but what I am saying is 4 runs is not enough for a Dodgers offense, and for what they've been through, they know they can put the at-bats together. They know they can get in their pen, and that's all they're concentrating on right now.
Jock Peterson and Kike Hernandez are the runners. Nobody out, and a 1-1 count on Chris Taylor. One for 7 in the World Series is Taylor. 10 for 39 during the postseason with 3 home runs. 2-1. 3 balls and a strike.
That's a great take. That's a discipline, knowing what the pitcher's going to do. And now if you want to sell out for any kind of pitch, it would be a fastball here for Taylor. It's not a guarantee. We talked about how many curveballs that McCullers throws.
Full count.
He did sell out, and it was a better fastball away.
McCann, the 12-year veteran catcher, out to say a word to McCullers before he hands him a new ball.
Now, literally, it's more 50-50 because that's what he throws. 50% curveballs, basically, and 50% fastballs. 3-2 count. You got to stay disciplined. Look for middle in. If it's breaking, go the other way.
Open. Inside, he's walked the bases loaded. That didn't miss by much.
Well, tough spot for AJ. He's got to get the guys going in the pen. He doesn't want to, But the 3-2 breaking ball that just didn't have the late pull. And I'm sure he didn't want that in the inner half. He was looking to get that away. Now you're forced to think the Dodgers one swing of the bat, right back in the game.
Brad Peacock getting loose. Now McCullers from the windup. Bases loaded, nobody out, and Corey Seager at the plate.
Easy from afar to just think slower, get the game slower. All you want is an out right now from McCullers. You don't even care for run scores.
Down on the knee after that big swing by Seager, a ball and a strike.
The right guy is at the plate for him in the sense that he's more aggressive and will swing. But it could be the wrong guy if he hangs a curveball.
To the right side, Gurriel out at second and got them both. What a double play! A run scores.
We're going to take a look and make sure that a foot was on the bag for McCullers.
Right now it's 4-1, and Dave Roberts is on the top step to make sure that McCullers got his foot on the bag, and we'll take a look. But man, this was well done.
Sure is. The pitcher's hardest play is to get over there, find the bag, and make the play. Executed great by Gurriel, and of course, Seager doesn't get down the line extremely fast, but it's going to be a question of whether or not he even got the foot on the bag. I didn't think so live.
They're not going to challenge it.
Wow, he must have got the corner then, because you saw Seager. He's up against the bag. Seager was motioning. He thought he was off the bag. But either way, a huge double play by McCullers.
That right foot slides just enough to get the bag. Seager's eyes went down to it. Laz Diaz, the umpire, no challenge. It's a 4-1 game on a brilliant double play. Now the batter is Turner. Runner at third. Ball one. 2 out. No RBI for Seager. Turner trying to rescue this inning, make it bigger than just one run. Lance McCullers would sprint off the mound.
Yeah,
if he can limit the damage here to 1.
Sure thing. He just wanted to get it out, and he ended up getting 2. So even better, and you can tell his mannerisms and stress just went way down.
Wow, Kike Hernandez came, I'm not going to say halfway, but pretty darn close down the line. It didn't bother McCullers, and Turner swung at it and missed. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, Kike can get as far away from the bag as the third baseman is. Bregman is way back, just trying to get McCullers to do anything, maybe balk.
Runner at third, 2 out, 1-1 pitch.
Tell he's a lot more comfortable out of the windup is McCullers. Once he got to the stretch after the first walk, 2 more, and then the windup.
Good pitch there, 2-2.
Much better break on that one. With 2 strikes, Turner will be committed to go the other way. Look for a mistake in. He can still pull it.
Left side, Correa. What a job by McCullers. The double play, a huge part of the inning. He was right there at the end of it. Gurriel to Correa to McCullers. Dodgers get only 1. Trail by 3.
Welcome to Astros Baseball.
Boom, 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 boom. You want that boom. And talk that talk. Boom.
A boom started that 4-run second for Houston, and the guy who did it is at the plate now facing a different pitcher. It's Yuli Gurriel as the Astros batted around in the second, put up 4 runs on 5 hits. And Kenta Maeda came on to get Correa after Darvish was knocked out, finishing an inning and 2/3. One ball, 1 strike.
And after 3 walks, the right hitter was at the plate from an aggressive standpoint. And a 1-0 swing out of the great Kyle Seager allowed that to get refocused, and then the next pitch was a ground ball double play. So he could have broken open with 1 swing, but he actually helped out the pitcher by being ultra aggressive after 3 walks.
Here comes a delivery on 1-1 to Gurriel, and a swing and a miss on a nasty pitch down and away. After an out, check in with Alex Rodriguez as we start the bottom of the 3rd inning. Alex and Big Papi and Keith Hernandez and Frank Thomas and Kevin Burkhardt doing such a great job of bringing us on the air and taking us off the air for these postseason games. That's fouled back. Still 1-2. Let's go back to that at bat by Corey Seager.
Bases loaded, 1-0 count, maybe 2-0, but that's the style. And then you see he comes right back with a breaking ball and then the double play. That's the big difference right now in the emotions of McCullough, and then of course only 1 run out of the Dodgers.
1-2 pitch is popped up a mile high on the infield, and left side it'll be Turner. 1 out. Alex Rodriguez, how are you doing out there? Where are you? Straightaway center field?
What's up, Joe? What's up, John? Yes, sir.
Were you as surprised as we were, given how well Yu Darvish had been pitching, that his outing went the way it did?
You know, yes, I was. But when you look at a guy like Darvish facing him, he's an emotional and he's a rhythm guy and comfort. And tonight he had neither. I mean, for a guy that strikes out 10 every 9 innings, tonight 49 pitches, no strikeouts.
We'll stay with Alex here for a moment with 1 out, nobody on. Here's Reddick, who followed the home run by Gurriel with a double into left. His first time up. Strike 1. This Astros team has been so good all year, and after waking up at the end of game 2 in that thrilling 11-inning game at Dodger Stadium, here's another pop-up on the infield. They are a handful right now, Alex, and it starts with their leadoff hitter, George Springer.
It sure does. He had a great game and 3 hits and a homer, and for me, he finally put the driver away and took out a nice 7-iron. And that muscle memory from the last home run has been a beautiful stroke, and he looks really good right now.
Batter is Evan Gattis, who walked and scored his first time.
Alex, I always wanted to ask, how does the momentum of a lineup getting a couple hits just filter through the rest of the guys? It just seems like this series has had a bunch of that twist and momentum.
Yeah, good question, John. I mean, I felt game 2 was like a double win for them. Not only did they win the game, but they got their big 3 going, and that's Springer, Carlos Correa, Altuve. They had 7 hits between them with 3 home runs, and then you sleep well at home. And when they come home, they convert into like an all-star varsity team. They're unbelievable here.
They're 6-0 this postseason. They average over 5 runs a game. And I think with this roof closed, there was some talk that the roof might be open. And the players on this Astros team said, please close the roof. It's such an advantage. This is a tough place to play, I would imagine, Alex, as a visitor.
It's very tough and very comforting if you're a home team. Before the series, Joe, I told folks that this is not David versus Goliath. This is Goliath versus Goliath. And the Astros have 3, maybe 4 players that in the open market would be $20 million players. And I just don't want folks at home in 5 years to look back and say, boy, we missed it. They're good, they're tough, and they're here to stay.
Alex, thanks for checking in with us, and we'll see you after the game.
Thank you.
That's down and away. Jim Crane, however, Hopefully he's not listening. He's right behind home plate. 4 $20 million a year players on the open market. He's a former baseball player himself. His ownership group was approved in 2011. Part of that deal was to go into the American League starting in 2013. What a job he and his group done here with the Houston Astros. This ballpark, with this payroll, with the talent level. Jeff Luhnow, their general manager, their field manager, and A.J. Hinch. I mean, this is a really well-run operation.
Yeah, absolutely. And where people may think it's David and Goliath is the payroll, because you got the #1 payroll with the Dodgers and about 15th for the Astros, and the core players of the young players, they're under control for a while.
With 2 out, nobody on. 3 2s outside, a 2-out walk, and the second time the DH has drawn a base on balls.
So what the Astros have done a good job. Of course, it was painful getting to this point. A lot of losing, transferring to the American League, changing your roster, not missing on their young stars that they drafted, and now they're in a position to have a nice 3-year window run with that controllable, I would say, asset. And of course, they don't have the luxury to just keep spending, at least not at this point. But what a great job. And both these organizations are set up for a few years with the core players that they have.
The guys they have on their way to the big leagues and the minor leagues. By the way, adding him, I'd say that worked out well too.
Man.
1 on, 2 out. Marwin Gonzalez takes the ball. You've said it throughout this entire postseason what that deal signified to the clubhouse of the Houston Astros, especially after Dallas Keuchel was rather critical of the front office, saying they were underwhelmed with what happened at the trade deadline. Sent the message that we believe in this team for 2017 and we're going to go get a championship.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, you talk to any local broadcasting team that's with the team every year, they see the warts. No team is perfect. But as a player on a team, you know where your strengths and weaknesses are, and they could sense that if we don't get somebody, that is not going to allow us to think we're legit. Now they're legit. Every one of their starters at some point was on the DL, so there was some concern at the time that they're not as equipped to make a deep run once they got him. Party over.
2-0. Marwin Gonzalez takes a strike. Verlander went from starting pitcher in game 2 to late inning cheerleader. Was surprised that cameras caught him popping into the corner of the dugout at the start of the 11th inning, telling his teammates that the game wasn't over after giving up 2 in the bottom of the 10th. And it wasn't. Springer went deep, a 2-run shot, and a 7-6 win to even this World Series. Three and 1 the count on Gonzalez. Full count. Tom Verducci, this team has been tough to beat here at home since the end of August.
Yeah, it's really since Hurricane Harvey, Joe. 16-2, and actually the hurricane inspired Jim Crane to make the Verlander deal, telling his general manager Jeff Luhnow, I don't care about the money. Let's get this done for the people of Houston. You watch this team play at home, losing only twice in 2 months. You have to believe there's something bigger than baseball going on right now.
That's Marwin Gonzalez when he tied the game off Kenley Jansen, pointing to that Houston strong patch. Here's the 3-2. Runner goes. Gaddis will have to come back.
And I'm telling you, it was such an emotional lift. It's similar to when they called up Correa. Talking to A.J. Hinch, they said this team had such respect for this young player that they were begging him to call him up, begging him to get him on the team because he was the best player in spring training. Since he's arrived, obviously that has taken care of itself. And then when Verlander arrived, it's had influence amongst all the starters. Charlie Morton, Dallas Keuchel, McCullers. AJ said he's so impressed with the influence that Verlander has had since he's been here.
Three-year-old manager A.J. Hinch. Gaddis will go again. 3-2 pitch. Backing up and getting away with it is Bellinger to the bag, and the inning is over. Fourth inning of Game 3 rolls in. Dodgers will bat. Big bats coming up. 4-1 Houston. Tonight's telecast is sponsored by Steal a Base, Steal a Taco, only at Taco Bell. And by Chevron, finding better ways to do what they do to keep doers doing. Lance McCullers Jr. back to the hill. Fourth inning now in the middle part of the order for the Dodgers. Bellinger, Puig, Forsythe. Strike one. See if McCullers can hit the reset button after 3 straight walks started last inning. Got the double play ball off the bat of Seager. Got Turner on a ground out. Pumped his fist. It's a 4-1 game. 1 ball, 1 strike.
And again for the Dodgers, grind out at bats, chip away. Stay as close as you can by the 6th to 7th inning. And then see if your pen can outduel their pen.
In our little managers meeting, which we get to do every day, Tom Verducci talked to A.J. Hinch about a pitch count for Lance McCullers. And A.J. said upper 80s, 90s, maybe 100. He's got question marks in his bullpen. He said it's more about the quality, not the quantity or pitch count. That was quality. Down and in. Strikeout number 2.
They are absolutely executing a perfect game plan against one of the best young hitters. There is a hole for every hitter. The question is, can you get it there? And they have done that job early in the World Series. No hits, more strikeouts, and a good executed game plan.
Now Yasiel Puig digs his way into the batter's box. Strike one. In his postseason career, Puig has been outstanding at home. 12 RBIs and averaged just under 400. On the road, not so much. 173 coming in without an RBI. Dodgers just won their 5th straight divisional title. He's in the hole here, 0-2.
And that's the one thing that they're getting Puig to do. Down and away breaking balls. About 70 to 72% of the time, he's going to pull that pitch. And if it's a good executed pitch, more than likely it's going to be on the ground or a swing and miss.
That's a fair ball and off the glove of Bregman. Puig will go to second, went late, throw in, out at second base. Puig went through the bag and then didn't realize the ball was kicked off the glove of Bregman. Had he gone immediately, he makes it to second easily. But by the time he recognized it, he took off late.
Yeah, he's hustling, thinking, okay, it's going to be caught. I'm going to beat it out to first. Then once he picks it up, you see that little hesitation, and the arc he had to get back to the bag. Just too much, and a great tag once he comes off the bag by
Altuve. Altuve looked like he got a shoe in the head as Puig slid past. There's a strike to Logan Forsythe.
a great hustle to get down the line, and then just a little bit of a delay as he tries the swim move.
The tag into the chest by Altuve. 1-1 strike now on Forsythe. So it's a hit for Puig, and then thrown out at second. Right now they're saying it was Correa to Altuve on the tag. So a single and an out, 6-4. And the count 1-2 now on Forsythe. Fly ball into right, back Reddick. Inning over. A hit. The Dodgers lose Puig on the bases. On the diving tag by Altuve. Bottom of the fourth inning in game 3. Houston leads 4-1. A big rolling breaking ball starts the bottom of the 4th inning for a ball to Brian McCann, number 9 hitter. Then Springer, then Bregman. 4-1 Houston in game 3. They got their first World Series win in franchise history 2 nights ago in LA. Looking for a home win here tonight. They were swept in 05. The only other time they got to the World Series by the White Sox. 2-0 the count. Two and 1.
Well, so important for Maid to keep it right here, to allow Dave Roberts to utilize his pen in what would still be a game that's doable for the Dodgers. Of course, not foreseeing Darvish would give you 2 innings.
McCann, little flare into shallow left. Seager can't get to it. McCann 2 for 2. The Astros haven't been retired in order since the 5th inning of game 2. That continues as McCann, a little jam shot over the head of Seager.
Look like a line drive tomorrow. Pull it. McCann will take it.
Back to the top of the order in George Springer, who has doubled into right center and lined out to second after homering into right center for the game winner in the 11th, as it turned out 2 nights ago.
Looks like a completely different hitter. Confident, locked in on every swing so far. Since breaking out in game 2, he was in a really bad slump in the previous series, but all is forgotten now.
Nothing and 2 on Springer. Our game summary is sponsored by Budweiser. If you're just tuning in on this Friday night, where you been? We're glad you're with us. 4-1. The Astros had a 4-run, 5-hit second. They knocked out Yu Darvish before he could get through 2. And Lance McCullers Jr. rescued himself in a 1-run 3rd inning after walking the bases loaded. Did a good job of getting out of it. Here's 1 to 3rd foul. Why was Yu Darvish so ineffective?
He had a hard time with his slider, Joe. He could not command it. Even the ones he did were up, and it just was not his signature pitch tonight. And the Astros made him pay. When you don't have that pitch and you're not able to change the direction, a lot of squared up velocity off of that pitch as well. And the Dodgers, coming into this series, their starters were fantastic, but not tonight.
We'll give you some numbers to go along with the video. That's a strikeout from Maeda. 1 on, 1 out here in the 4th. StatCast is powered by Amazon Web Services, and tonight the highest exit velocity. You see Springer with that double that he hit in the 1st. Well, it had been 34 consecutive Houston batters without a strikeout until that K of George Springer here in the 4th. So all this great Dodger pitching, and the Astros have at least been able to put the bat on the ball. Here's Bregman. Strike 1.
Maeda's done a nice job in the postseason. He's owned the right-handers for the most part, had a good mix of fastball and sliders. But I mentioned the starters for the Dodgers. They were 5-1 coming into this with a 2.87 and averaging 5 1/3 innings. Tonight they're going to be averaging a lot of bullpen innings.
Bregman with a sac fly for the final run in that 4-run second. So he's 0 for 1. He now has 8 RBIs this postseason. Number 2 overall pick just 2 years ago out of LSU. Now manning third base every day for the American League champion Houston Astros.
Such a power and quick stroke inner half. Loves to hit the ball to left center, left field. That's what you got to make him do. You got to make him conscious of the fastball away and get him chasing away. Tight slider on this pitch.
Base hit by McCann to start the inning. He's at first, 1 out. Now the 1-2. Now I know you've said this a couple of times, but these are big outs that Maid is getting. It was a 4-run game. Now it's a 3-run game, and with all those question marks for A.J. Hinch in the Houston bullpen, Dave Roberts and his Dodgers are by no means out of this game 3.
Oh, absolutely. The way their offense can strike and the way their bullpen arms can shut it down. That's how it's going to be viewed if it's close in the latter part of the innings.
1-2. Struck him out. Back-to-back strikeouts, and Maeda reacts as he gets that one by the bat of Bregman.
Tried to go in, but actually threw it away. So it worked out better that he threw it away, because that's a tougher spot.
Fired up.
Yeah.
When the Dodgers went out and got Yu Darvish, that basically took the rotation spot for Maeda. Great out of the bullpen. Don't think he doesn't have something to prove here in the postseason. Yeah, pitching out of the pen, fine, but he's getting some big outs and trying to go innings, not just outs for Dave Roberts, as Tony Watson lightly tosses.
He's upgraded his stuff big time. As a starter, you have to throttle it down a little bit, and in short stints out of the pen, he's been able to throttle it up. Velocity has gone up, crispness on his pitches in shorter stints.
1-0. Dodgers in the 5th inning will have the bottom 3 in their lineup: Barnes, Peterson, and Kike Hernandez. Should end the inning. Seager gets a true hop. Nice work by Maeda. 5th inning. Game 3 rolls in. 4-1. Astros back after this from your local Fox station. Welcome back to the World Series, presented by YouTube TV. Roof is closed here at Minute Maid Park. And there is the 41st President of the United States, George H.W. Bush. Came to Texas as a young man in the oil business, now a Houston resident, and made a lot of friendships down here. First pitch from McCullers is a strike, and now the next to Barnes is in the dirt. 1 ball, 1 strike, and President Bush is a huge Astros fan. What a thrill it must be to see his Astros in the World Series here in 2017. Here's the 1-1 outside, down a bit, 2-1 from McCullers.
Well, coming into this inning, 62 pitches, 37 curveballs. So definitely the pitch that he loves. In Game 7, we talked about how many he threw. He threw 41 of them of 54 pitches.
McCullers gets the corner. Barnes didn't like the call on the count, 2-2. McCullers has only allowed 2 hits. Check swing and a pitch down and away, a full count. Barnes grounded out his first time. Pops it into right, easy for Reddick here. 1 out in the 5th. In a 3-run game. Major League Baseball proudly celebrates the life and legacy of the great Roberto Clemente. Earlier tonight, Anthony Rizzo of the Cubs was announced as the 2017 Roberto Clemente Award winner for his positive contributions to the community off the field. Visit MLBcommunity.org to learn more. Rizzo was joined by Baseball Commissioner Rob Manfred, Roberto's widow Vera, and son Roberto Jr. Sitting next to a past recipient of the Roberto Clemente Award. Such an important piece of being a professional athlete as Peterson takes one outside, ball 1.
Yeah, what great work. We all get noted for our statistical categories, and that will be forever documented. But the one thing I can tell you, that is the most prestigious award you can win for what it meant for that young man, Mr. Clemente, and all that he did. It's the proudest I am of that kind of award. You only can win it once, and what a great influence that Rizzo has had in his community and the work that he's done away from the field.
Yeah, I'm going to give you some of what he's done. Such a great young man. That's down. He has the Anthony Rizzo Family Foundation. He personally has donated more than $4 million to the Ann and Robert H. Lurie Children's Hospital of Chicago. Meanwhile, a 2-1 pitch to Peterson with 1 out, nobody on. Instead, he steps off. In 2008, at the age of 18, Anthony Rizzo was diagnosed with limited state classical Hodgkin's lymphoma. After 6 months of treatment, doctors told him he could live a normal life. Normal by whose standards? That's into left center field. Off the bat of Peterson. He is going to try and turn it into a double. And he made it. A hustling double for Jack Peterson with 1 out here in the 5th. And down by 3, he pushed it and made it.
I'm sure Dave Roberts' heart was beating. He didn't want a second Dodger being thrown out at second. But Peterson had this as soon as he hit it. He stays on the breaking ball, goes the other way, and he's made up his mind what he's going to do. As soon as he hits that bag, turns it in, beats the tag.
So a 1-out double. Peterson, the DH, has been on base twice now. He scored the only Dodger run. Lance McCullers Jr. walked the bases loaded to start the 3rd and live to tell about it. Got a double play ball off the bat of Seager, and then retired Turner. Here's Kike Hernandez. Broken bat, ground ball, tough play. Altuve got it. Not hard hit, but Altuve got to it fast. 2 out in the inning.
Yeah, and Altuve was telling his partner in crime there, Correa, that he's got it because both were in the vicinity. Got a good read on the broken bat up the middle.
Those two went back to back, as I said, in game number 2 in the 10th inning. And when they did that, it became the 4th middle infield combination to go back to back in a World Series game. We're playing in the 113th World Series. Here's Chris Taylor, runner at third, 2 out. That's in the air to left center, coming to get it, Springer. He's got it. Misread it a bit and recovered. And made the catch on a diving grab in and to his right. Nice catch by Springer. 4-1 after 4.5. Well, the greatest weekend ever is right here on Fox. Tomorrow, it's Penn State, Ohio State, followed by Game 4 of the World Series. Sunday, it's Cowboys and Redskins, followed by Game 5 of the World Series. Greatest weekend ever.
Was that spelling correct?
I didn't look. Here's a strike. This Saturday and Sunday only on Fox. What did it say?
It was more like shorthand. I get the idea.
Oh, okay. It's hip. It's how the kids do it.
That's how they do it.
It's like a hashtag or an LOL or a ROTFL thing. Right?
Yeah.
You got all that. 2 1/3 shutout innings put up by Kenta Maeda. He's been great. They count 0-2 on Carlos Correa with Yuli Gurriel and Josh Riddick to follow.
In a game that seemingly has been dominated by the Astros, they only have a 3-run lead. Well, they'll take it. 5th inning, they've gotten only 1 by the Dodgers. This pitch right here.
Here's a 1-2. Seager takes care of Correa. One shortstop grounds to the other. Tonight's telecast is sponsored by Justice League. You can't save the world alone. November 17th, see it in Real D, 3D, and IMAX. See if that's it, and it is. What a job by Maeda. He ends up going 2 2/3, gets an extra pack from Dave Roberts. Gave the Dodgers exactly what they needed. Nice work by number 18 as a lefty. Tony Watson is coming in. Major League Baseball has brought iPad Pro into all 30 MLB dugouts and bullpens, giving managers and players new ways to evaluate and visualize stats, all right at their fingertips, and also deeper in-game insights into scouting reports, spray charts, key matchups, video data analysis, and more. Here's Tony Watson. Why do you bring in the left-hander to face Yuli Gurriel, the right-handed hitting infielder and DH type? Well,
because he doesn't do as well against left-handers. Reverse splits. Loves the righties.
And right on cue, a 2-bouncer to Seager, 2 out.
Mr. Watson, 4-seamer, sinker, change, slider. Changeup he'll go to a little bit more than he will against right-handers than the slider. The slider's got a much better average against, under 100.
And now the lefty. Kenny Rosenthal is chomping at the bit to talk about the job that Kenta Maeda did here tonight, man. He was good, Kenny.
He was great, Joe, and the problem is he won't be great again tomorrow when they might need him again against Alex Wood, because he probably won't be available with Alex Wood pitching, I should say. 3 days in a row they'll be playing. The Dodgers bullpen could be an issue as we go on. Yu Darvish only goes an inning and 2/3, and Alex Wood is a guy who doesn't go deep into games, averaging fewer than 6 innings per start in the season, 4 2/3 in Game 4 of the NLCS.
Yeah, Kenny, I would think it'd be too much to ask as Reddick takes a strike. 42 pitches for Maeda. Yu Darvish couldn't get through the second, and Maeda had to cover the gap. So I think it would be a little much to make him come back the next day. Here's one up the middle, and Reddick is starting to have some fun with a bat in his hands. 2 for 3 tonight.
Yes, he is. And if the Dodgers are able to come back, it'll be because Maeda came in with 2nd and 3rd against Correa, already down 4-0, and kept him right there. A great job indeed for a guy I probably think going into today he didn't think he'd be in the 2nd inning.
So with 2 out and a man aboard, the batter is the DH Evan Gattis. He's walked twice, scored a run in that 4-run second.
Now against left-handers, Gattis doesn't have as much plate coverage as he does against right-handers. He likes it out over the plate more against left-handers. Lower average against, actually, batting against left-handed pitchers.
Watson, one of 2 left-handers that the Dodgers added to this bullpen. One of 2 Tonys. Tony Cingrani. And this lefty who's been an all-star. Nice work done by this front office for the Dodgers. Farhan Zaidi, their general manager, and he's not alone. And by the way, when you mention Farhan and the front office, Andrew Friedman, mentioned it last year and it still holds true. Ned Colletti, the longtime general manager of the Dodgers, his fingerprints are still all over this roster. A lot of smart people working in that front office for the Dodgers. Chopped left side. Watson, wild throw, gets away. Over to third is Reddick. They're going to bring him home. Throw by Puig, late. It's 5-1. Should be a single E1 on the throw by Watson.
We saw Watson trying to see where Turner was, and then it was too late. And what a great job by Reddick and even Puig coming over trying to close the gap, making the throw on the run and a good slide. Even though the bat, not fun to slide over the bat, but the throw gets right with the runner's legs. Bellinger has no chance. He's lucky with Gattis that he didn't get hurt with that arm. And Reddick is lucky that he didn't get much of that bat sliding in.
A 2-out hit by Reddick, a single, and then the throwing error by Watson. No RBI, but it produces a run. It's 5-1. Now the switch hitter Marwin Gonzalez takes the ball. Above the dugout as that took a bounce over the Dodger dugout and went in. Here's that play at first, and I think of a guy like Cliff Floyd really good player in the big leagues who was involved in a collision like that at first base, and that's a good way to lose an all-star rookie first baseman.
Luckily, he was falling away trying to get that short hop, so not really bearing much of the weight that Gaddis had running down the line.
Here's a 1-1.
The Astros, Joe, have done a lot of things right. And going back to the Yankee series, they executed defensively at home plate. There's been a lot more success at home plate for them scoring runs and them eliminating runs. And heads-up play by Reddick and the aggressive nature with 2 outs.
Who's had a good postseason is Gary Pettis, the third base coach. He's been aggressive. He was aggressive against the Yankees. It worked.
Yep.
And he was aggressive there as he saw that ball get away and kind of just trickle down the right field line in foul territory. And even with Puig coming to get it, he read it perfectly and sent home Reddick.
Yeah, he did. Puig had to come a long way. He's got a cannon.
2-2. Strikeout ends the inning, but an unearned run put up by the Astros, and their original 4-run lead is back. It's 5-1 as Reddick crosses the plate. We're through 5. Tonight's telecast is sponsored by Chevy. Chevy has earned J.D. Power Dependability Awards for cars, trucks, and SUVs. And by YouTube TV. Cable-free live TV is here. 4-run lead is back for Lance McCullers Jr., who really has only struggled in one frame. That was the third when he walked the first 3. But the guy at the plate was in some ways his ticket out of trouble when the tremendously talented Corey Seager bounced into a well-turned double play. Gurriel started it. Correa in the middle, and McCullers covered the bag. Breaking ball for a strike to start the 6th.
Should see a lot of those on his way out. McCullers, I'm sure, would love to get through the 6th and then piece it together for AJ and how he's doing. You see 75 pitches going into this inning.
A quick 11-pitch 4th inning helped after a 27-pitch 3rd. He's up to 76, and you see the night so far, only 3 hits. One.
But you mentioned, what it could have been for the Dodgers right after giving up 4 runs, 3 walks, 1-0 count. The game and the future change for McCullers.
Now it's 3-1. Well, the top of the order is so good for the Dodgers. The combination since the start of Game 2. The top 4 hitters in tonight's lineup: Taylor, Seager, Turner, and Bellinger. 1 for 25 with 7 strikeouts. 0 for 8 tonight. Full count.
It's a rarity for Seager to get to the full count. And you see the numbers on how good these guys are, but they've been shut down.
That's a leadoff walk, and I'm sure will get A.J. Hinch, the manager for the Astros, stirring around in that dugout and may get him on the phone. But right now, a quick word from Wendy's.
Wendy's now has amazing chicken tenders, and you can get them for a limited time with fries and a drink for just $5.
That was 6 seconds.
Just 6 seconds. That was it. And yes, indeed, the bullpen goes to work for A.J. Hinch.
Well, 2 times the Astros have scored, and 2 times the Dodgers were getting the lead off.
Let's go.
To start the next inning.
Justin Turner now. He's flied to center, grounded out. Fights it off, fouls it away. You and I were talking off the air, and you said a guy like this would have bothered you because of that leg kick.
Yeah, I mean, he's so tough, and the numbers show it. But that leg kick, and almost the way it looks like to a pitcher when he's throwing, it just seems like that leg kick and the timing he has would always make me believe he's on my fastball. He's so disciplined. Rarely does he swing outside the zone. You've got to work hard to get him out. And the Astros have had the upper hand so far.
1 for 11. But his one was a big one. A 2-out, 2-run home run in the 6th inning of Game 1.
Yeah, it sure was. But see, that's the pitch right there would get me a little upset, because that was a great quality break. But he works the count and works for the one pitch. He's looking for one pitch, middle to middle up, that he could lift and pull.
Strike 2.
Might have missed it right there. Beat him with a fastball after a slider. But the leg kick has turned him around. It's a timing mechanism, and based on how he feels will be based on how he either spreads out. If he feels like his leg is heavy, he'll spread out more. He has various ways to look at how each day of the season goes about the way that leg kick works. It's fantastic to talk to him about it. I just wouldn't like pitching to him.
That is toward the corner. It's a fair ball. Seager will dig for 3rd. Gonzalez digs it out. It's a double for Turner. And the Dodgers have action in the 6th.
He just doesn't miss when you give him the spot that he's looking for. He'll fight it off to right field, but see how that's middle in, middle actually, and he's able to pull the ball, get it in the air, and now the Dodgers in business to close this gap. Tremendous hitter and tremendous timing in everything that he does.
Here comes Brent Strom, the pitching coach, out to talk. No sign of a move yet. Peacock's been up twice now in the bullpen.
I mean, he looks like a starting pitcher with that leg kick, as if he's throwing a pitch, but he gets it down, the balance. You see how the belt buckle and everything's out in front. Man, thinking about where he was 4 or 5 years ago to where he is now and the changes he's made in his career.
The batter will be Bellinger. By the way, that beard, as a left-hander, Liriano joins Peacock. The beard for Turner has been growing since spring training. We talked to him before game 2. And he said he can't wait for it to come off. I said when? He said I can't say. But he said definitely after the World Series.
He's trimmed it only a couple times. Well, here's a big at bat for Bellinger because they have stymied him with the same kind of pitch over and over again. Can he lay off of it?
Second and third, nobody out. And there's that pitch, and there's that swing and miss. Strike one.
The answer is no so far. Unique batting style, kind of erect in the batter's box with that bat and that launch angle swing where he's just trying to get it in the air.
39 home runs during the regular season. That was hittable and he fouled it away. Strike 2.
I don't know if he's capable to change his approach with 2 strikes, but he's got to put the ball in play here. Everything about this at bat, even if he grounds out, he has to move the runners. A strikeout is not what the Dodgers want.
0-2. Struck him out. 1 away. McCullers has struck out 3 tonight. And he has struck out Bellinger in all 3 at-bats, and that's the end of his night. With Yasiel Puig coming up.
Well, it's no secret. And as soon as he sees that on the first pitch, there's going to be nothing different. That's the one. That's the one he could have put in play and made something happen. And then he just too aggressive on a pitch with 2 strikes.
That kid's fired up. So are these fans for Lance McCullers Jr. That guy loving every minute of it as McCullers is lifted. With Yasiel Puig coming up second and third, 1 out. Peacock into the game. A.J. Hinch has had to go to his bullpen here in the 6th inning. Lance McCullers Jr. goes 5 1/3. He's allowed 1 run on 4 hits, walked 4, struck out 3. Bellinger all 3 times. But he's responsible for the 2 on, and there's a big at bat for Puig, Brad Peacock. Chop to the right side, a run will score. Out at first. It's 5-2. And 2 out in the inning.
It definitely looked like Puig had a plan of going the other way with that big gap. If nothing else, again, he got the run in, pass it on to the next guy.
Well, now Dave Roberts may be going to his bench. Logan Forsythe is the scheduled hitter. He's got left-handed bats he could go to, and the answer is Utley. And now we'll see if that forces a move from A.J. Hinch, who has had Liriano, his left-hander, getting ready out in the bullpen. Or
Number 26.
if A.J. Hinch is willing to let it ride with Peacock against Utley. Runner at third, 2 out. And it looks like Brad Peacock will stay in the ball game to face Chase Utley.
Stay in the ball game, move to the other side of the rubber. 1 pitch, 1 out. In that situation, you gladly trade an out for a run if you're the Astros.
Here's a guy with 7 World Series home runs on the back of his baseball card, Chase Utley. Hitless this postseason, takes a pitch down and in.
Be careful in that area for Peacock. You want the ball away. Utley so good still at hooking the baseball, that short stroke down and in. The bat maybe not as quick as it once was. Do not want to pull a sinker.
Good pitch at 93. During postseason play, going back to last postseason, Chase Utley is 0 for his last 26 against right-handed pitching. We got the RBI. Runner at third, 2 out. A 1-1 count.
Well, Peacock's fastball looks much better. The pitch that he has not been able to really fine-tune has been the slider. That's a big pitch for him, and he's pulled it and hasn't had good movement, but the life on his fastball right now may be good enough.
Two and 1 on Utley. 2 and 2 on Utley. Away. Here comes Turner. It's a 2-run game.
That's the pitch I'm talking about right there. That is a huge run for the Dodgers. This is the slider he's trying to throw, and it just hasn't been the last week or 2 real good. And he spikes it on the plate. See how it skips? And McCann, if that had hit the dirt, I think McCann had a chance at it, but they hit the plate and skips right through his legs. And Turner ready. Can't desperate toss back, but no chance.
It's a wild pitch. And it's a 2-run game here in the 6th. The book on McCullers is complete. 5 1/3, 3 runs, 4 hits, 4 walks, 3 strikeouts. Now Utley pops it up. Left side, long run. Bregman, a nice play. But the Dodgers get 2. The lead is 2. 5-3 to the bottom of the 6th in game 3. Back to work. Tony Watson. Ryan McCann almost leaned into that pitch. Didn't miss by much. Inside ball one. Brandon Morrow, the right-hander's been getting loose. It's a left-handed hitting McCann. As Utley stays in the ball game, he's at second. McCann's 2 for 2. Then back to the top of the order, right-handed batters, and that's why Morrow is getting loose. Dave Roberts not going to cash in on this one. He's going to give it all he's got out of his bullpen, as the Astros lead has now been cut to 2.
Well, absolutely. And if you're the Astros, you are glad you have the lead by the 6th inning, because it prevents them from using the guys they want. And certainly now you have to prove you can hold it with your pen, which was difficult in game 2 after you came back twice and got the leads.
2-1 the count on McCann, who has an RBI single and then a leadoff single in the 4th. He was stranded. 2-2.
The only problem for McCullers tonight was after his team got him runs, he did not start out the next half of the inning the proper way. Walks got him in trouble. Fortunately, it's only 3 runs, and they still have the lead.
2-2 now. Full count. Popped up on the infield, and Seager, the lone soldier over there. 1 away, and that's going to be it for the left-hander Watson. Official caps, t-shirts, hoodies, jerseys, jackets, and more. Get all your Astros and Dodgers World Series gear. Celebrate your favorite team at MLBshop.com. Top of the order. That means Springer and Bregman with 1 out. Pitching change. Brandon Morrow, the hard-throwing right-hander, coming in. Well, John, have you seen The Gifted yet? It's a new Marvel series set in the X-Men universe. It's got action, it's got adventure, it's got everyone talking. Don't miss an all-new episode of The Gifted this Monday right here on Fox.
We got an off day. I can check that out.
Perfect. Well done. Well played, sir. With one out, nobody on, here's Brandon Morrow, who has kind of reinvented himself. There's money to be made, and there's a lot of outs to get late in games with the kind of stuff he's bringing out of the bullpen. He can blow it.
Yeah, it's a live arm, and it's a gift. And what he's learned to do with that with the Dodgers is elevate the fastball right around the belt. With the way that he throws with velocity, he's finding a lot of outs. Hitters try to hit it, but they can't.
Springer took a ball, now chops one to third. Tough play. Turner made that look easy, to wide throw. And Springer is on with one out here in the 6th. Little side saddle pick, but then the bad throw.
Well, once he had to get it right there, he has to turn around and set himself and throw the baseball, and it just sails on him. A tall first baseman could not make the stretch and, of course, keep his foot on the bag. Bellinger tried the best he could. Right here, once he caught it right there, the throw sails.
And it's an error. Second of the postseason for Turner.
Well, this tells you what Dave Roberts thinks about his chances of coming back and winning this game by putting in Morrow this early in the game, hoping to keep it right there, chipping away against the bullpen of the Astros.
Second error of the night. The other belongs to Watson, the pitcher for the Dodgers. Fastball is down at 98 to Alex Bregman, who's 0 for 2 with a sac fly.
Some guys, when they pitch, have to use all their energy to get max velocity. He looks like he's barely throwing, and that to a hitter is not fun, because the hitter's perception of the ball coming out easy motion means it explodes on him when it gets to home plate.
Two and 0. You just get the feeling Alex Bregman likes the spotlight. 3-0. Bregman's been so good defensively. Had 2 home runs in the division series against terrifically talented Chris Sale. He's got 3 for the postseason, and he's sitting there at 3-0. Ball 4. An error and a walk. 2 on, 1 out.
On a game filled with a lot of strikeouts and homers, got a few too many walks by each side, and right now American League's best hitter looking to extend the lead of the Astros beyond 2.
Well, he loves the hard stuff. Jose Altuve hit over 380 on pitches 95 and above during the season. Number 1 in baseball. He is 5'6", but amazingly, you cannot get high heat, hittable high heat by him. He will jump all over it.
He's amazing. It's hard to find a category that doesn't start with a 3 in the batting average for Altuve.
So Morrow starts him with something other than high heat. Strike 1.
That is a power breaking ball. It's so difficult to lay off of. And you know the scouting report on Altuve and Seager is approach them like it's 0-2 first pitch. And when you have an 0-2 count, you usually don't want it anywhere close. And that first pitch was nowhere close to the strike zone.
Good job by Austin Barnes to block that ball in the dirt. Tough pitch. 0-1 delivery from Morrow. A look back at second where Springer stays put.
But what makes Altuve so great is you have to have 3 of those. You got to make 3 perfect pitches, because he will find a way to adjust to the same kind of pitch. You may get 2 swings in a row like that. Good luck getting 3.
There's 2. Nothing in 2 the count as Tony Cingrani, the other lefty in the bullpen for the Dodgers, gets loose. The 5-time All-Star waits. A man with 4 straight 200-plus hit seasons. The 0-2, instead Morrow looks back at Springer again. Swung on and missed. A strikeout for out number 2, and there are 3 great pitches from Morrow.
Outstanding against the best, and he did it. His second pitch was a little different than the first and the third, but the first one, 0-2 coming up, swing and a miss. Now you get 1 strike. He comes back with another breaking ball. He gets strike 2, and what does he do? Goes right back to that 0-2 mindset. And a great pitch and strikeout. The Astros try, for the most part, to stay away from spin, meaning don't expand the zone. Recognize it early. But when a guy throws 98, 99, you try it. Not easy.
Here is Carlos Correa, the only Astro to not reach base tonight by a hit or a walk. 2 on, 2 out, 2-run game. Strike 1. The Dodgers in the 7th will have Barnes, Peterson, and Hernandez, the bottom 3 in their lineup.
On the year, Carlos hitting with 2 outs and runners in scoring position, 305.
Jammed and fouled back, strike 2.
Between the 2 kind of breaking balls, you want a harder version against Correa rather than the curveball. And that's exactly what Morrow has.
Oh, 2. Struck him out. Back-to-back strikeouts of Altuve and Correa. And Morrow gets around the error and the walk. 5-3 into the 7th in Game 3. Back after this from your local Fox station. 5-3 game into the 7th inning. And Yasmani Grandal will come off the bench and hit for Austin Barnes.
All things considered, the Dodgers are in a pretty good position. After the 2nd inning, down 4-0, looked like it could have been more. They're within 2.
High fly ball into left, back on the track. 1 pitch, 1 out as Gonzalez has it. Home runs now mean even more in the World Series, with T-Mobile donating $20,000 for every 1 hit, benefiting hurricane recovery efforts. And now we need the fans to do their part. Tweet or retweet hashtag HR4HR. T-Mobile will donate another $2 every single time. Quick out for Peacock. 1 out in the 7th. And the batter is Jock Peterson, the DH.
He can get another quick out. Both aggressive hitters at the plate, both with power, though.
Strike 1. On deck is Andre Ethier. So Dave Roberts looks like he's going to all but empty his bench. He'll have only Charlie Culberson left if Ethier hits. Strike 2 on Peterson. And there's no doubt that fastball is better for Brad Peacock tonight.
Yeah, we haven't seen the changeup, and the slider hasn't been great. So he's relying on the heat of his fastball and trying to put it in the right spots. Throwing higher here with 2 strikes. Hard for Peterson to lay off the high fastball.
With the bases empty, it will be Ethier to pinch hit, and there's the high heat. Kid loves it. Eye black on and everything. With the bases empty, Ethier, who has homered in this postseason that came against the Cubs. 0 for 1 in this series. Takes a strike. So only Culberson is left on the bench for Dave Roberts. One ball, 1 strike. I have the feeling Dave Roberts lets his car get to empty quite a bit.
Well, in this situation right here, like you said, only down 2, using every weapon he has. He's got a lot of depth on this team, both in the pen, on the bench.
Two and 1 on Ethier, the longest tenured Dodger. Top of the order in the big bats. Waiting, but right now 2 out, nobody on in the 7th. 2-1 pitch. Down.
You heard Jerry say down. That was a great pitch. Just maybe a tick below. Can tried to give the best presentation he could. You're going to see just a little bit below. Great job tonight.
Chris Davinsky, the right-hander, getting loose. 3-1 pitch to Ethier. That's pop foul, left side, long run. Bregman cannot make the play. Got there. And hopefully he's okay. He is. He's ticked off. He got there but couldn't come up with it.
What a great effort. He's got to go a long ways because he's on the shift. It's probably 110 feet. And then that low fence, trying to gauge where it is and catch the ball at the same time. But playing normal third base, that would have been a lot easier.
Ethier takes a walk. And as has been the norm this postseason, all eyes go to the dugout after somebody reaches in the late innings, but A.J. Hinch is staying put.
An interesting dilemma for A.J. Hinch. You've got a fastball that's coming in towards a guy who likes the ball in. You would prefer to have the slider working away from a Taylor with the power that he possesses. Sticking with Peacock in this situation.
Good pitch there. Strike one.
Best slider we have seen. I have seen him throw since covering the last two series. Tight. Looks like it's fastball coming out of his hands.
Because A.J. Hinch agreed with you that the slider was not as crisp as it had been for Peacock this postseason. That's who he's got. Here's the 0-1. Strike two.
They picked a great time for the best two he's had. And the crowd responds as they stand up with two strikes like they have all playoffs.
Caught Ethier napping over at first. It was a good move by Peacock. Tying run at the plate. 2 out. 7th inning. Down for ball one. One-two pitch. Chop to the right side. Gurriel to the bag. Inning over. Brad Peacock gets around the 2-out walk. And with that, the Dodgers have stranded 4. Have scored 3 and trail by 2. And now for the introduction of God Bless America, let's join public address announcer Bob Ford.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we kindly ask that you please rise and remove your caps as we welcome former Marine and current Houston Fire Department Captain Mark Miller as he leads us in the singing of God Bless America.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans wide with foam. God bless America, my hope, sweet hope. God bless America, my home, sweet hope.
the seventh inning rolls in. Astros leading it by 2, trying to go up 2 games to 1. And Brandon Morrow is back to the hill as Ethier takes over in left. Grandal is behind the plate, and Yuli Gurriel stands in. That is hit into left at the wall. It's off the wall, and Gurriel has a double.
Gurriel got this thing started with a homer, and now with a double. And you can see Dave Roberts was hoping to get through this inning maybe, and he can't extend one of his best because he's going to need him tomorrow as well. Dodgers still striking distance. Just a little bit off the end, or not as quite. Boy, he likes right-handed pitchers.
2/3 of an inning in the books, put up by Morrow. Cingrani coming in. Welcome back to the World Series, presented by YouTube TV. Bottom of the 7th inning, a leadoff double by Yuli Gurriel. And Tony Cingrani comes into the game with Josh Reddick coming up.
Yes, and the Astros have been better in situational type hitting than the Dodgers have tonight. Look for Reddick to do everything he can to pull the ball on the ground to get him over to third. We had Bellinger up with second and third, nobody out, struck out. Then Puig got him in, but only one run with second and third, nobody out for the Dodgers.
Seager able to get in behind the runner. That's Gurriel. Throw was a bit wide.
There are times, and I get how baseball's played today, but there are times you have to give yourself up. Pass it on to the next guy to do the job, and in this case, it'll be Gaddis. If you get a hit while getting him over, bonus.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Be thinking, well, get 3 chances with a man on second, up 2, but that extra run is huge in the postseason.
Here's a 1-1. There you go. A bunt in the air and a diving play by Bellinger. 1 out. Not a bad idea, but not executed. Cody Bellinger laid out for a big first out.
That's a great play. Bellinger had backed up, and what Reddick read was that he had backed up. All he had to do was get the ball down on the ground. Didn't have to bunt for a base hit, obviously. Bellinger, with his frame, reaction, and speed. Look how far back he is. So he knows this, and he just gets too much air. Being left-handed didn't hurt either. On the glove side, coming up with the ball.
I think they want to make sure that Bellinger is okay. He got up. Reddick shows his frustration. Kind of tugged at his hip, Bellinger did. Talked to Utley, took a moment, and now out to talk is Grandal.
That's a great plan, an absolute great plan by Reddick. He's just so mad that the ball bunted up in the air, and now they're going to walk Gaddis.
So the intentional pass. This is the first year of this when you don't have to throw the pitches intentionally outside of the strike zone just for sake of time. They say go to first. The intentional walk. And Rick Honeycutt is going to come out and talk with Cingrani with the switch hitting Marwin Gonzalez coming up. 2 on, 1 out. And Honeycutt comes out to talk with Cingrani. Now a quick word from Duracell.
Duracell is the #1 trusted brand.
So Cingrani gets the visit. Here's another look at Bellinger before, during, and after the pitch.
Yeah, once you see this, Reddick sees this and knows how deep he's playing. Absolute great game plan. Just couldn't get the ball down. That's a great athletic play by a first baseman. There isn't too many that could have covered and closed the ground as quickly as he did, anticipating it once Reddick squared around.
The intentional walk to Gaddis. The Astros DH is on base for the 4th time tonight. Here's Gonzalez, who's 1 for 3 with an RBI double and a run scored. The Astros have put their leadoff man on in 4 of the 7 innings. In at the knees, good fastball at 95 from Cingrani, strike 1.
This goes to show you how many weapons the Dodgers have in the pen. They've had to use a lot of them to keep the game right here.
Popped up on the infield. Out is Utley. Infield fly rule in effect. 2 out. And it's down to the #9 hitter, Brian McCann, as Cingrani is trying to help the Dodgers get around that leadoff double by Gurriel. 2 on, 2 out.
See what the Dodgers do with Utley and how deep he plays with 2 outs now. Not worried about the double play. You can get closer to that kind of shift as Seager will get more up the middle and Utley will get in deeper right field.
Yes!
Strike 1. Infield fly rule, by the way. Runners at first and second, or first, second, and third. A pop up. The umpires determine an infielder can catch. Batters declared out. The runners can advance at their own risk. That's a throw down to second by Grandal, and back easily is Gurriel with a 1-1 count at the plate.
See, I never liked that as a pitcher. Selfishly, if you pick him off, obviously, but you take away a possible strike with 2 outs trying to throw somebody out at second when you have a lefty on lefty matchup.
McCann 2 hits tonight. Bellinger can't make the play. Gurriel is held at third by Gary Pettis, and a wise decision there. Bellinger tried to make his second diving play of the inning. Couldn't make it, and it's the 3rd hit of the night for Brian McCann.
He stays on this pitch, hits it hard, and right there, Bellinger tries to dive and get it. Would have been a tough play for Cingrani, with Utley in a position to make that play, but an aggressive first base defender in Bellinger.
So the bases are loaded with 2 out. And George Springer digs his way in, and here comes Dave Roberts. The right-hander Ross Stripling is getting ready out in the bullpen, and will we see another change? No signal yet. Now the signal. So Cingrani, Stripling coming in with George Springer coming up with the bases loaded. Tomorrow on Fox, don't forget, we've got a monster matchup. The game of the year in the Big Ten. Number 6, Ohio State, hosts number 2 and undefeated Penn State at the Horseshoe. Tomorrow at 3 Eastern, noon Pacific on Fox. Every game is everything, and that leads into Game 4 coverage here in Houston. Bases are loaded with 2 out, and Ross Stripling is into the game with George Springer at the plate.
That's the pitch you throw if you think that Springer's going to be swinging first pitch. So now you got to feel your way back into the count with your secondary pitches. Tough spot for Stripling because of the circumstances. No room for error. Bases loaded.
Stripling has faced one batter, and that came in game 2. A walk to Marwin Gonzalez leading off the 7th. So he's thrown 6 pitches in this World Series, all 6 out of the strike zone.
And here is the problem with multiple pitchers trying to come in and always be on their game. Cingrani was in the inning, familiar with the strike zone, familiar with things. I'm not saying it's a terrible move. I'm just saying a lot has to happen for Stripling to come in with the bases loaded, 2 outs, after only 1 appearance, 4 pitches, 4 balls, and now he's got a 2-0 count. And Springer locked in on a fastball middle in, I would think.
High fly ball into right, slicing. Maid. 2-1.
Well, they made the pitch with the fastball, 2-1. Stripling over the top fastball with a curveball and slider. He's more effective up in the zone. A former starter pitching out of the pen. But in this case, up in the zone may not work. I would think that if the first 2 pitches were breaking balls, that 2-1, this would be another breaking ball.
Bases loaded, 2 out. High fly ball into center. Taylor back at the wall to end the inning. And Stripling, all he can do is laugh on his way off the field. Taylor had one more step. Almost flush up against the center field wall. And this game was almost blown wide open. Instead, after 7, it's still 5-3 Houston. Well, George Springer gave it a ride. Came up just short into center. Now Brad Peacock, who is getting big outs for the Astros, back to work in the 8th in a 5-3 game.
Yeah, we've seen this out of AJ before, riding the hot hand. He did it with McCullers in Game 7. And he's going to read how Peacock keeps throwing the ball.
Ball and a strike on Corey Seager, who walked and scored in the 6th, bounced into a big double play with the bases loaded, nobody out in the 3rd. Davinsky still ready. He's been up for a while now. I kind of get the sense from you that you like this style of managing, right?
Yeah.
What you got out on the mound instead of going by the book every time.
Yeah, what you know and what your eyes are seeing, and his fastball's been electric. He's got some big outs, and he's in rhythm, and he knows the atmosphere has stayed the same.
Here's a 1-2 to Seager. Struck him out, one away.
This is why I have a problem if you're all in one bucket analytically. If you don't allow your eyes to see this right here, you'll never know. And his fastball's playing up. The adrenaline, the crowd, it's all working to his favor. Sometimes it won't. You read it, you let your eyes say, hey, my guy's amped up. I got to get him out.
Now Justin Turner, 1 for 3 with a double and a run scored.
And the other thing that people forget, Joe, is that this is a series that if it's going to go long, the more you use and the more you bring in, the worse your odds get from the guys just being spent. 2 pitchers for Houston. How many for the Dodgers so far? 6. 2-0 now on Turner, with the home run threat of Cody Bellinger on deck. Puig would follow him. 1 out, nobody on in the 8th, and a 2-run game. That's right at home plate. McCann is there and has it 2 out. Let's go back to the George Springer bases loaded at bat a moment ago. And the fans right there looking through the fence. As Gurriel, who started the inning with a double, was stranded. Astros have left 10. See now, if Turner would have, if he'd have got it on base, I think AJ would have come and got him. The matchup a little more favorable with the other guys that he can come in against Bellinger, who's had troubles down and in with breaking balls. But because you've got the 2-run lead, 2 outs, and his fastball's been good, he's going to ride it one more hitter.
Meanwhile, for the Dodgers tomorrow, Alex Wood gets the ball. Not expected, who knows, but not expected to pitch deep into the ball game. So it'll be another night for the bullpen. Charlie Morton gets the ball, the number 4 starters for each side. Way late on a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, strike 2.
I'm telling you, postseason can do some different things, and right now we're seeing a different hitter in Bellinger. Seeing movement by his body that I've not been accustomed to seeing when he's locked in, meaning more movement and he's trying to swing at the same time.
Bellinger has struck out 3 times tonight. 2-2.
Now, he hasn't gotten one mediocre pitch to hit either, so they've tied him up inside. The fastball has been beating him. He's in between trying to figure out what's coming. He's so tempted to go fastball back in and tie him up. See, those last 2 pitches were wasted. Nowhere close, and it brought the count now a little more favorable.
Maybe a bit of an overthrow, smelling the finish line here.
Yes.
Brad Peacock has been strong. After starting this hitter Bellinger at 1-2, it's now 3-2 in time called.
And this is where you got to tell yourself and remind yourself, make him put it in play. A walk is worse. Even if he hits a homer, you're still up. And that's the hard part to tell yourself. You don't have to pitch away from contact here.
Earlier tonight, Christian Tilley, a member of the Boys and Girls Clubs of Greater Houston Stafford Club, delivered the game ball here for Game 3 with Astros legend and Hall of Famer Craig Biggio. Each year, MLB and Boys and Girls Clubs work together to create unique opportunities for nearly 4 million children and teens worldwide. To find out how you can help, go to bgca.org. Another 3-2 pitch from Brad Peacock. right now, Brad Peacock is the story. We're into the bottom of the 8th inning of Game 3. The Astros lead at 5-3. Ross Stripling back to the hill. Strike one on Alex Bregman. You and I are talking off air before the start of this bottom of the 8th. We saw it in Game 7 with Lance McCullers, albeit in a 4-run game. A little different story here in the World Series, but A.J. Hinch may very well run Brad Peacock back out there for the 9th.
He might. He's been a starter.
Bregman skies one into right. Puig is over to grab it. One out. The batter will be Jose Altuve, and right now a quick word from T-Mobile.
Tweet hashtag HR for HR, and T-Mobile will donate $2 to hurricane recovery.
Altuve 1 for 4 tonight. Correa 0 for 4 tonight. They've had a 3-hit night from their number 9 hitter. The only other number 9 hitter with 3 or more hits in a World Series game against the Dodgers was Bucky Dent. 2 times he did it, games 5 and 6. The Yankees win in '78. Strike one on Altuve.
Well, the Astros lineup is different at home and it's lengthy, and that's why you'd love to have Brian McCann doing his thing, but at the 9th spot, what a weapon that has been.
Squares up, and that drags Justin Turner in with the pitch up and away, ball 1. By the way, the outstanding rookie for the Dodgers, Cody Bellinger, with his 4 strikeouts, a 22-year-old, the second youngest to strike out 4 times in a World Series. Here's the good news, Cody. The youngest to do it, Mickey Mantle, Game 3 in 1953, 21 years old. That's fouled back. Strike 2 on Altuve. Cody Bellinger has been a special player since coming up on the 25th of April, and you have to figure at some point he'll get it squared away at the plate. But a frustrating night here in Game 3.
Yeah, Turner and him are 1 for 16 coming into this game. Only 1 hit for Turner.
That's right where Grandal wanted it. 2 and 2.
So 2 for 24, the 3 and 4 hitters for the Dodgers. You know that's not going to stay that way. But right now the Astros have had the better end of the middle of the lineup for the Dodgers that has been so good.
Here comes a 2-2. Got him walking. 2 out. And with the bases empty, the batter will be Correa. Cameron Maybin was the first player to steal a base in this World Series. You know what that means, America? Cameron Maybin is our new 2017 Taco Hero and scored all of us a free Doritos Locos Taco, courtesy of Taco Bell. Run into any participating Taco Bell location on November 1st from 2 to 6 p.m. to claim yours, thanks to our good friends at Taco Bell. It was a big one. And he stole second and then was the first to touch the plate on the 2-run game-winning shot by George Springer in Game 2. The 2-out Correa hits it right back through. Somehow Stripling got out of the way. And now everybody in this lineup for the Astros has been on base tonight via hit or walk.
And here comes that man. That man that likes the high fastball, likes right-handed pitching. And Correa jumps on the first one. And don't know how it missed Stripling.
In the 9th inning for the Dodgers, it'll be Yasiel Puig, Chase Utley, and Yasmani Grandal. Stripling trying to keep it a 2-run game. Strike one. Davinsky has been up twice for the Astros in their bullpen, but at the moment, the bullpen for Houston is empty. Nobody's throwing. Looks like Peacock's going back. That's strike two.
Yeah, for sure. And when you hear the term over the top delivery and release point, he's the definition. Straight over the top, a nice tight little slider slash cutter, occasional curveball, high fastball, and he's dotted the outside corner. The weakest spot for Gurriel.
He's homered and doubled. The 0-2 to the right side for Utley, and that sends game 3 into the ninth. Puig, Utley, Grandal coming up. Astros lead 5-3. It's the ninth inning of game 3, and the Astros still lead it. It's 5-3, and Brad Peacock will face Yasiel Puig. Gets the corner. This is a reflection of how effective Brad Peacock has been. Maybe some question marks in that bullpen for A.J. Hinch. Peacock trying to save it. It would be his first career save. Meanwhile, the right-hander that's getting ready for Houston is not their closer, Ken Giles. It's Will Harris.
Will Harris has been pretty good. And look, as a manager, you take in information, you take data, and you take the pulse of sometimes the way your guys are performing.
Strike two. It's out of play.
There's no second guessing here. No matter what happens, you're relying on the effectiveness of Peacock and his fastball. He's already shown you he's been able to throw his slider better than he did previously. And AJ riding it. Won't let him go much deeper if somebody gets on, I would think. But that's not what he's thinking about right now. Thinking about outs.
He got one of them. 4 strikeouts for Brad Peacock.
Forget what an incredible year he had as a starter. Nobody really knew about him, and he came up big as a starter. They put him in the pen. Not his best slider, but good enough after a hitter has to worry about that heater. He gets away with one there.
In Game 7 of the ALCS, Lance McCullers Jr. got his first save, stamping the Astros ticket to the World Series in relief of Charlie Morton. And now Brad Peacock is looking for his first save to try to give the Astros a 2-1 World Series lead.
People get confused at times and not reading what a hitter's doing, and the swings so far by the hitters look late, look bad, and they're not picking it up. That's what AJ sees, and I'm sure glad that Peacock is still out there in his eyes.
Strike two.
And the best part is he doesn't look amped up. Even as the crowd gets going, he's not trying to do more than he's capable of. Hitting the spot, letting it go.
Peacock finishes this, it would be a save of 3 innings and 2/3. It would tie for the second longest save in World Series history. Saves became official in 1969. Peacock, 1 out away.
What a contrast of styles. 45 pitches out of Peacock. 40 fastballs, as opposed to the last time this happened, McCullers closed it out with 24 straight breaking balls.
No team has ever had 2 saves of a guy going 3+ innings to earn it in the same postseason. McCullers went 4 in Game 7. Peacock trying to go 3 2/3 in Game 3 of the World Series. Strike 1 on Yasmani Grandal.
I look at a guy when he comes to the stretch, how relaxed his shoulders are. And that's the way the look on Peacock's face right now.
Grandal for 1 since pinch hitting in the 7th. See, prior to that pitch, John, he was behind the mound a bit, just trying to calm himself down with this crowd going crazy, knowing that he is one strike away from a save.
It's the best part and the worst part of this role and trying to close out a game.
Just missed. 2-2.
That's a really good pitch. There'd been a lot of fastballs. He tried to backdoor a slider. Just one more turn to that pitch. In this place, waiting to take the roof off.
Good swing by Grandal. The longest World Series save belongs to Madison Bumgarner for the Giants at the Royals. Game 7 of 2014 went 5. Peacock trying to tie Steve Howe of the Dodgers at the Yankees, going 3 2/3 for a save in Game 6 in 1981.
Great job by Grandal staying in it.
Yasmani is not looking for a 2-out flare hit. He's trying to put a dent into something beyond the right field wall. He is swinging from his heels.
That might be part of the discussion that McCann went out and to trust something other than a fastball here, maybe on a 2-2 pitch, as he's getting more looks at the fastball. See what they go with.
Left side, long run, Bregman. Starter for the Dodgers, Yu Darvish, went an inning and 2/3 through 49 pitches. Peacock out of the bullpen has already thrown 52.
He'll gladly put ice on his shoulder and tell him to take a couple days off.
Good battle with Grandal. 2-2 pitch. High fly ball to right. Raddick is there, and the Astros take Game 3. Brad Peacock, a hero in Houston.
Guaranteed at least 6 games for the Astros, and now the Dodgers have to find a way to win at least one more to do the same.
Brad Peacock goes 3 2/3. He did not allow a hit. He walked 1, struck out 4. And the final 5-3 as the Astros get their first home World Series win. And A.J. Hinch has had a brilliant touch this postseason with the bullpen that has been anything but automatic. And he has trusted his eyes. And those eyes have not lied. Let's go down to Ken Rosenthal.
Thanks, Joe. Brad, your first career save, and it came in the World Series. What was the rush like in the 9th inning with the crowd on its feet, screaming their heads off?
Tell you the truth, man, it was awesome. I never experienced anything like that in my life, and it was awesome. I heard them pump me up, and I was definitely locked in today, for sure.
When you came in the game with 1 out in the 6th, did you ever expect you'd finish it?
Absolutely not. I mean, I haven't ever had a save in my career, so You know, I thought they were going to go to Giles or somebody, but I'm glad they gave it to me. You know, I was ready for the opportunity.
All right, 3 2/3 innings, hitless. That's the second longest save in World Series history since the rule was instituted in 1969. You threw a high percentage of fastballs. You've got a great slider. Why did you go about it that way?
To tell the truth, my slider has been working like I liked it in the past couple outings. So, you know, I had a good four-seamer today, so me and McCann just were locked in. I didn't shake him off one time, and he was calling it, and I was just saying yes. So it's all him, sure.
Brad, congratulations.
Thank you.
Joe, back to you.
All right, Kenny, and congratulations to Brad Peacock. I mean, he looks stunned, doesn't he, in some ways? So what an unbelievable performance.
Yeah, but I loved his body language, and I loved how calm he was, and so did AJ, and that's why he stuck with him.
The final tonight, 5-3. The Astros win it up 2-1. Kevin Burkhardt and the guys are standing by. Another thriller in this 2017 World Series. Kevin?
Joe, thanks very much. Sure was. We got a lot to do on this post-game show. Frank Thomas, Keith Hernandez, David Ortiz, Alex Rodriguez. We've got plenty to do. How about Peacock? What a start. They got to Darvish early. The momentum continued here from Houston, and the fans going nuts because their Astros have a 2-1 World Series lead. The post-game show on Fox will continue after this. It's the Astros night, their first ever World Series win at home, and they've got the lead. We're back.